Welcome to Snooze with Sam. Scottish sleep stories, ambience, and guided meditations. Put very simply, here is the eagerly awaited compilation of every Harry Potter story I have written so far. I truly hope you love listening to these as much as I loved creating them. So, as always, lie back, take a nice deep breath, and sweet dreams. This story is called Hagrid's Secret Dragons. What do you mean, dragons? You questioned Ron. Aren't they supposed to be illegal? You can't even breed them, can you? Well, from what I heard, someone's been smuggling them into the grounds in the middle of the night and keeping them hidden in the woods. Something about them being used in the Triwizard Cup. Where did you hear that load of nonsense? Hermione scoffed. It's not exactly easy to keep them secret or out of sight now, is it? Dumbledore would lose his beard if he knew of it. That's for sure. Seamus Finnegan told me he'd heard it through the grapevine. If the grapevine was called the common room, of course. But it is just hearsay for now. Harry pondered for a moment and voiced his thoughts. Do you think Hagrid would know anything about this? Everyone looked at each other with the same basic, unflappable notion that if there was anything of this sort to be actually happening, it was very likely Hagrid would be at the centre of it. He'd always had a keen interest in all creatures, big, small, weird, and wonderful. You didn't dare think back to the borderline trauma of your encounter with Fluffy. Where is he now? We need to speak to him, Hermione stated resolutely. Pretty sure I saw him in the herbology department earlier on, you said. Seemed like he was gassing away with Professor Sprout about some kind of sprouts. Ron took a glance over his shoulder to check that they were relatively alone in the common room. As usual, a cosy fireplace crackled and spat away in the centre of the far wall, filling the room with doses of toasty heat. Aside from a few of their classmates lounging around on the sofas or chatting in their own close quarters, the four of you, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and yourself, were safe from prying ears. Well, we don't want Hagrid to get in any trouble, do we? Hermione offered. He's our friend. And if there's rumours already floating about, it surely won't be long before the professors will catch wind of it. And that's the best case scenario. Imagine if the Ministry heard of this. We best get moving. Right enough, Harry affirmed. And with that, each of you gathered your books, bags, and belongings and made for the common room door. You couldn't help but nod and smile politely at the witches and wizards in the portraits as you passed them. It never got any less odd to be conversing, or actively interacting with the pictures on the walls. They were there, sort of, but they also kind of weren't. Either way, you felt a bit of a wally every time, but it was nice to be nice. With a clunk, swoosh, and clatter, you opened the common room door into the hallway. Leading onwards towards the mezzanine landing, from which the stairs descended to the main foyer of Hogwarts itself. Hurrying along, Hermione and Harry took the lead, with Ron and yourself trailing in their wake. Across the ancient floorboards you marched, scarcely able to take in the ornate decor of this marvellous building. Despite shifting along at Hermione's fair lick, you still managed to appreciate the dark wood furniture, intricately carved banisters, cornices, and wood cladding on the walls. You flew down the staircase and along one of the adjacent corridors out to the right of the foyer, leading along to the aforementioned herbology department. Along here, dark castle coves gave way to bright glasshouse gleams as you moved from the epicenter of the school out towards the biology wing. In place of rich mahogany sideboards were vast sprouting plants of all shapes, sizes, and lethality. Was it to be ridiculed, the frankly negligent array of deadly flowers and exotic foliage, all at face level? Or was it to be admired? Everywhere you looked were the likes of venomous tentacula, Sopophorus plant, fluxweed, snargaluff pods, Chinese chomping cabbage, and those blasted bouncing bulbs. Thankfully, it had been a wee while since one of those had clapped you around the chops. You supposed it would, at least, teach a valuable lesson should there be anyone careless enough to go poking some curious fingers. A deep, booming voice resonated from doors away down the corridor. Then, followed by a wee cackling laugh of a certain Miss Sprout. They'd found their man. Still there, still blithering away. Rounding the door frame of Miss Sprout's classroom, there he was, all 27-foot something of this big, friendly, hairy giant. Spotting you all, Hagrid beamed a great big smile. Hello, you lot. What are you all doing down here? I've just been chatting away with dear Pomona here for the last 5 minutes or so. Miss Sprout blushed, her wee chubby cheeks giving away the reality that those 5 minutes were more like 50. Not that she supposed he realised. Right. We need to speak to you, Hagrid, Hermione demanded. Uh-oh. Don't sound good, Hagrid muttered, his big smile falling away slowly. Do excuse me, Miss Sprout. Best be getting on. Lots to do, he mumbled with a nervous giggle. Out in the corridor, you all gathered around Hagrid as he stooped down to ear level. What is it, you lot? Is something wrong? We've heard about dragons being smuggled in the night, Harry laid out. We thought it might involve you. Suddenly, Hagrid looked uneasy and a little anxious, shuffling on the spot. uh, where did you hear that? One of the students heard it somehow, Ron said. We got a bit worried that the wrong ears would hear. Hagrid's eyes flicked vacantly in the middle distance. His brow furrowed slightly, with mild concern. Making sideways eye contact with each of you in turn, he considered his options. You lot better follow me, he said finally. If you thought Hermione pedalled along at a rate of knots, when Hagrid got into his stride, you basically had to run to keep up with him. He moved like a scolded gorilla. Leaving the herbology department through one set of French doors, you were all able to bypass the bulk of the school and its students. You all tried your best to keep up with him, but Hagrid easily pulled out a few lengths on the 8 shorter legs of you 4. Across the grass you stomped, headed for Hagrid's own hut, the school towering into the sky behind you. The early evening was drawing in, and the light was fading on this cool night. A few wispy clouds raced across the blue stratosphere, but appeared all but motionless from the earth. Where are we going, Hagrid? Hermione questioned, with a strained voice, urging it to reach his ears up ahead. He simply powered on, saying nothing in reply. She may have asked, but deep down, you all knew. And this reality filled you with trepidation as you continued past Hagrid's hut towards the forbidden forest. Hagrid led Harry, Ron, and Hermione around a clump of trees and came to a halt. You hurried up alongside them, and for a split second you thought you were seeing bonfires and men darting around them. And then your mouth fell open. Dragons. Four fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing onto their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood, roaring and snorting. Torrents of fire were shooting into the dark sky from their open, fanged mouths, 50 feet above the ground on their outstretched necks. There was a silvery blue one with long, pointed horns, snapping and snarling at the wizards on the ground. A smooth-scaled green one, which was writhing and stamping with all its might. A red one with an odd fringe of gold spikes around its face, which was shooting some impressive mushroom-shaped clouds of fire into the air. And lastly, there was a gigantic black one, much more lizard-like than the others, which was nearest to them. At least 30 wizards, 7 or 8 to each dragon, were attempting to control them, pulling on the chains connected to heavy leather straps around their neck and legs. Totally mesmerized, you looked up, high above in the air, and saw the eyes of the black dragon, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bulging with either rage or fear. He couldn't tell which. It was making a horrible noise, like a yowling, screeching scream. "Keep back there, Hagrid," shouted a wizard near the fence, straining on the chain he was holding. "They can shoot fire at a range of over 20 feet, you know. I've seen this horntail shoot as far as 40. Without even looking down towards the four of us, Hagrid uttered something under his breath. "Isn't it beautiful?" said Hagrid softly. "It's no good," cried another wizard. "Stunning spells, on the count of 3. All 4 of you clocked each of the dragon keepers pull out their wands. Stupefy, they shouted in unison. And the stunning spells shot into the darkness like fiery rockets, bursting in the showers of stars on the dragon's scaly hides. Somewhat stupefied yourself, you watched the dragon nearest to them teeter dangerously on its back legs. Its jaws stretched wide in a silent howl. Its nostrils were suddenly devoid of any flame, though they were still smoking. Then, very slowly, like the oldest, most ancient oak pulled down in a storm, the dragon fell. Several tons of sinewy, scaly black dragon hit the ground with a thud. That you could have sworn made the trees behind them quake. The dragon keepers lowered their wands and walked forward to their fallen beasts, each of which was the size of a small hill. They hurried to tighten the chains and fasten them securely to iron pegs, which, in turn, they forced deep into the ground with their wands. Do you want a closer look? Hagrid asked you all excitedly. Ron and Hermione moved right up to the fence, and both yourself and Harry followed a little more cautiously. Are they okay, Hagrid? Ron asked, with more than a little concern in his voice. Yes, they'll be fine. Tough as old boots, these things. Don't worry. The wizard who had warned Hagrid not to come any closer turned, and you all realized who it was, especially Ron. Charlie Weasley. All right, Hagrid, he panted, coming over to talk. They should be okay now. We put them out with a sleeping draught on the way here, but we thought it might be better for them to wake up in the dark and the quiet. But, you know, like you saw, they weren't particularly happy. Not happy at all. What breeds you got here, Charlie? Asked Hagrid, gazing at the closest dragon, the black one. Its eyes were still just open. You could see a strip of gleaming yellow beneath its wrinkled black eyelid. This is a Hungarian horntail, said Charlie. Over there is a common Welsh grain. The smaller one, that's a Swedish short snout. That blue-grey. And that red one over there is a Chinese fireball. Charlie looked around. His brother Ron was strolling away around the edge of the enclosure, gazing at the stunned dragons. I didn't know you were bringing them all, Charlie said, frowning. Well, they were all asking me about them and they'd heard things. So just thought they'd like to see him, you know? Shrugged Hagrid, still gazing, enraptured, at the dragons. Now what are you going to do? You asked. Well, I dunno really. Hagrid pondered. Keep him, I suppose. Do you think Fluffy would mind him? This next story is called Adventure on the Hogwarts Express. You are excited at what lies ahead. You have waited all of your life for this moment. Ever since you were small, all you have heard is people talking about that first moment you set eyes on the Hogwarts Express. Such a majestic piece of engineering. Steeped in mystery and myth. The gorgeous thick paintwork of coal black, deep crimson red, and laced with gold. Every detail of its metalwork, unapologetic about its mass, quality, and heft. At the very front, at the head of the water tank, the black and gold placard sits proudly. The Hogwarts Express. The gateway to Hogwarts School. Taking in the scene, You admire the little plumes of steam escaping from various little pipes, valves, and taps as the behemoth train sits faithfully at the platform's side. You step aboard and the train begins to huff, chuff and whoosh. Just like that, you start to move slowly away from the station. Glancing behind you as the platform starts to move sideways. As the train moves past the end of platform 9 3/4, the sound changes. No echo of the steel wheels on the track. The puffs and chugs of the steam engine quieten. And the Hogwarts Express settles into a gentle, rhythmical pace. Making your way along the mahogany-rich carriage corridors, passing the cosy cabins either side of you. You step into a vacant one on your left. Just before the door to the outside walkway, near the end of the carriage. There is a table with 2 benches either side. Just enough space to get comfortable for the beautiful journey ahead to Hogwarts. Gazing out of the large window as the world sails by, you admire the greenery and the magical landscape. Gentle rolling hills surround you, punctuated by lush fields filled with livestock. Sheep, cows, and even pigs. After 20 minutes or so, the hills give way to a more dramatic landscape. steep glens with jutting rocks, rich purple heather, and sheer cliff drops wade in and take their place. You follow a pair of red kites circling around 100 feet above a winding river, using thermals to regulate their altitude. They dance around each other as if in some form of ballet. Talons tucked, just using the air to travel. Seemingly without destination. As the landscape rolls by, the sun weaving in and out of fluffy clouds, you feel a little drowsy. Maybe the rhythms of the train over the tracks, the gentle, distant puffing of the steam escaping to the air, or the harsh and repetitive clacks of metal on metal, providing nothing more than another instrument to this sleepy ensemble. Just as your eyes begin to get a little heavier, you spot something in the distance, along the tracks, just out of view. The famous viaduct. A stunning series of archways, high above the ground, arcing around in one big 120-degree curve. All to carry this magical train. Yet again you have heard others speak of this gorgeous railway bridge. But to see it with your own eyes is magical. Nearer and nearer it gets as the train edges along the tracks, sweeping in gentle curves as it closes in. You start to pick out the details in the brickwork. The majority of it appearing to be hundreds of years old. The engine train reaches the bridge, suspending itself high over the glen, pulling the carriages through behind it. You are in awe. You have seen photographs, but nothing prepares you enough for seeing it in the flesh. Your carriage reaches the viaduct, and suddenly the ground drops away from beneath your window, opening out your view to the river below. In fact, the whole view changes. The sea lies as close as it has so far. At the mouth of the river, the surrounding mountains providing dark, stony drama against the glistening waters of the sea. The world seems to stand still for a second. A moment caught in time as you let it sink in, filling you with joy. As quickly as you arrived, carriage reaches the end of the viaduct, plunging you back into the lush woodland and steep glens. You settle back into your seat, reveling in what you have just seen. Letting your sleepiness wash back over you. As you listen to the Hogwarts Express. Puff and chuff onwards. Towards its destination. This story is called Hogwarts on Christmas Eve. The excitement is tangible. The whole of Hogsmeade buzzes like a hive of festive bees, all hurrying to get their last-minute festivities underway. It's an amazing sight. Every wizard and witch seems to be here, all wrapped up in layer upon layer of warm, wintry clothing, desperately trying to keep out the cold on this Christmas Eve. But you don't feel the cold, for you are too busy soaking up the atmosphere with wide eyes and the most cheerful of smiles. Well, maybe you do feel the cold, after all, as you subconsciously pull your cloak and parka closer around your midriff, isolating a stray icy breeze. Thankfully, you've already finished the majority of your Christmas shopping, so you don't have to battle the crowds in an effort to fetch gifts for your friends and family. Quite simply, you are here purely to drench yourself in the atmosphere of this wonderful time of the year. embracing the love and care everyone so willfully radiates. Walking down Hogsmeade High Street, scanning your eyes high and low, left and right. The village hustles and bustles with all sorts of goings on. It is a feast for the eyes, ears, and wee chilly red nose. Every thatched roof cottage and shop is covered by the crispest snowfall. Small icicles dangling from their gable ends. Only last night did the overcast clouds above drop a lovely soft carpet of fresh powder, much to the excitement of every student come the morning. Today, the high street has been packed and compounded by 1,000 footsteps. But the smallest snowflakes still drift down from the clouds above to the earth below, riding the still air. By the side of the road, every tree glistens with snow, like someone's dusted them with icing sugar. Between the trees, as well as amongst the branches of some, adding to the shimmer and glitter of the snow, hundreds of enchanted candles glow and flicker like wee fairies hanging in space. They move and sway ever so gently in the light breeze. Giving everyone below a little extra light in which to pick their next path through the snow and crowds. You pass some of your favourite places to spend your free time. Honeydukes, the one and only sweet shop worth visiting, in your humble opinion? Stepping a little closer to the steamed up windows, you can feel your face light up from the glow inside as you peer in. There are shelves upon shelves of the most succulent looking sweets imaginable. Creamy chunks of nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat, honey-coloured toffees, hundreds of different kinds of chocolate in neat rows. There is a large barrel of every flavour beans, and another of fizzing whiz-bees, the levitating sherbet balls that Ron had mentioned. You can nearly feel your teeth aching at the mere sight of all these treats. You've got plenty of things like this already in your dorm, so maybe best to move on before you pillage the entire shop. Moseying further down the street, there is barely any room to squeeze between the excited bustle of witches and wizards. All of them darting from door to door of the village establishments. Zonko's Joke Shop, an ever-popular place, but at this time it is absolutely hoaching around Christmas. Full of friends who are desperate to prank their peers, with or without even the mildest of invitations. Tomes and scrolls, a beautiful little bookshop, still stands suitably peaceful on your right. It would feel wrong if a place such as this, full of knowledge and literary tranquility, was to become overladen by loud and noisy students. You admire the bookkeep, peering over their nose through thin-rimmed spectacles, flicking through a fictional tale, occasionally watching the world go by. Next up, the 3 Broomsticks Inn. The inn echoed with tipsy patrons, a constant stream of stumbling bodies falling out of the door, whilst simultaneously tagging their mates to go in and take their place. The herbology shop of dogweed and deathcap carried on about its business as usual. Scrivenshaft's quill shop was certainly cashing in on the crowds by the looks of it, as so many people rushed to gift their loved ones a beautiful new writing instrument. The hairdressing salon is busy with those after a seasonal trim. You can see Dominic Maestro in his music shop, simply letting his musical instruments sell themselves. Oh aye, of course. There's Gladrag's Wizard Wear, one of your favourite clothing shops. It does stock normal clothes, if you can even call them that. But one of your favourite things to buy there is some of their famous, frankly lurid and garish socks. You can also purchase ones which scream when they get too smelly. But, of course, you wouldn't know, obviously. Next along the cosy candle-lit street was Ollivander's one shop and Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. The latter was brimming with friends and couples, all keen to huddle up and get a good blether over a warm and steaming brew. There's so much to take in. But as you stroll down the road, hearing the muffled crunches of your boots in the snow, you feel suitably festive and satisfied with your afternoon. Time to head back to Hogwarts, you think. You feel in need of a warm brew yourself for a start. For the cold is now starting to reach your toes. Leaving the Christmassy chaos of Hogsmeade behind you, you hurry yourself through the fallen snow, bracing yourself against the increased wind out in the open. Keeping your head tucked down, each passing peer and friend gets an excited wave and hello. But it's very brief, because everyone appreciates the need to find a bit more shelter. The snowflakes may only be small, but once a whipping wind carries them, they become little nose numbers in no time. Through the grounds of the school you shuffle, speeding past gates, through doorways and chilly corridors, ever more desperate to feel warm as time passes. Is that a fire you can hear? Definitely your imagination just teasing you. Although you do hope and trust that when you do reach the common room, the fireplace will be roaring. Finally, you're inside the main buildings. A little less cold, but still not what you'd call hospitable. Nodding to the great scholars and important people in the paintings on the walls, as you always do, and they always appreciate. You hurry up the foyer steps, leaving snowy footprints on the rugs and wooden floorboards as you go. The janitor will not appreciate that. Upon reaching the common room door, you shiver the worst of the cold away as you utter the password through trembling lips. Painfully slowly, the doorway opens, taking its sweet time. But oh, there it is. Warmth. The fireplace. Is this what bliss feels like? Surely it must be. Through the threshold you step, closing the great heavy door behind you with a deep, bassy clunk. Your whole bodily tension drains away from you. The heat from the fireplace on the far wall engulfing you. You do love the common room. It's such a lovely place to spend time and relax. It's full of old books, lovely ancient artwork, and bonny, ornate furniture dating back centuries. Most of it crafted from dark stain mahogany or oak wood. In the centre of the room, big squishy leather Chesterfield sofas huddle around the huge log-burning fire. Small side tables, oil lamps, and candles scattered around as essential ancillaries. Between long hanging curtains The windows, looking to the outside, are plastered in snowfall. Every window frame ledge gathering flakes. It looks very cold indeed. A timely reminder of where you've just come from. But no longer are you cold. Your nose and ears turn red hot as the circulation returns to them. Ron, Hermione, and Harry knew you were coming back around this time. And, as they always seem to do, bless them, you can see one of them has left you a mug of steaming hot chocolate. They've left it on the coffee table in front of the fire, presumably to keep it as warm as possible. How sweet of them. They really do look after you so well. Kicking off your boots and removing your parka, they are hung up by the fire to heat up and dry. Before settling, you lift the box of matches on the table and light the nearest candle to your soon-to-be nest. It lights with little complaint, as it was probably near to self-combusting in this hot room anyway. Picking up the mug of cocoa and nestling in your favourite seat in the corner of one of the nearest sofas to the fire, you can finally relax. Allowing your shoulders to fully untense. An enormous wave of calm floods your system. You breathe a deep sigh. Close your eyes and take a little sip from the still hot mug. That is much better. Oh, you almost forgot. You've got a few presents, which you've been told to open tonight. Placing your mug back on the table, you reach down the side of the sofa to a small pile of mostly neatly wrapped gifts, fit with lovely wee bows and ribbon. Every year you insist that you don't want or need any gifts. But just as you do yourself, you know that they all love to give on Christmas. Taking the first one from the small pile, you read the label. With love, from Hagrid. Bless him. This one's rough and readily wrapped, as you'd expect from him. His big hands would struggle to deal with such intricate work. You're just surprised it's not squished. Peeling the corners of the paper away, you pull out from within a wee tin of treacle fudge. What a wonderful gift. He always gives you some, every year. You think he enjoys it more himself, probably. Thank you, Hagrid, you think to yourself. Next, another wee one, which feels like a book. It reads, from Ron. This one comes apart easily, held together with minimal string. It is a book, flying with the cannons. A book about the Chudley Cannons, a well-known Quidditch team. How lovely. Ron knows how much you love the game. You suppose the next gift is from Hermione. It's wrapped with perfect technique and absolute precision. You feel bad for even unwrapping it at all. Under the soft glow of the crackling candle, you pull away the ribbon and the beautiful Prussian blue wrapping paper. To reveal an eagle-feathered quill. Wow, it's so beautiful. The large, dark brown tail feather, so immaculate and elegant. She knows you're a bit of a bookworm and writer too. How very thoughtful. Last, but certainly not least, the large, soft and loosely wrapped gift. On the label, scribbly handwriting reads, "With love and wishes this Christmas, from Mrs. Weasley. P.S. Look after Ron, please. I worry." With a wee giggle, you pull open the string and remove the paper. And withdraw a big, cosy, hand-knitted jumper, which you cannot help but immediately pull over your head. It fits perfectly. How did she know? She's got such a keen eye, does Mrs. Weasley. This was so lovely, you thought to yourself. Bless all of their cotton socks. You simply cannot wait to give them all their gifts in return. Taking up your cocoa again, you snuggle a little further into the sofa. Cuddling your new jumper, and just sit there, knees tucked into your chest, watching and listening to the fire hum and crackle away. It's so bewitching, watching the flames. So hypnotic and soothing all at once. Hopefully, Ron, Hermione, and Harry will be back soon themselves, so that you can be with them whilst they open their gifts from you. That will make you very happy indeed. Maybe there's time for a wee nap first, though. It would be rude not to, in front of this fire. This story is called The Forbidden Forest. At the foot of the trees, the forest doesn't feel as intimidating as you'd expected. After everything people have told you about the Forbidden Forest, you've been apprehensive about going anywhere near it at all. Every professor has warned their students, including you, about the threats that lie within. Terrifying monsters, too terrible to name. Ghostly spirits and beings wrought with darkness, which roam day and night. Among many other creatures worth avoiding. But you are a student of deep curiosity. And besides, you are not alone. Perched on your shoulder is your beautiful snowy owl, Seamus. He's a distinctly Scottish owl, of course, having travelled with you from the Highlands ever since you left for Hogwarts. Quite content, his talons only dig into your cloak a little, in more of a reassuring way than anything else. His presence makes you feel safe. He's got Scottish grit running through his veins, after all. You've never seen an owl give anyone a Glasgow kiss, but you wouldn't put it past Seamus to do the honours against any foe, for that matter. Glancing behind you, you see Hogwarts School itself, set in the middle distance, adjacent to the lake. It looks so high up from down where you are. It's easy to forget just how perched the whole thing really is up on those rocks. The tallest turrets must surely stretch over 300 feet into the air. Quite the elegant masterpiece, you remark, to yourself. Beyond the school, you can see the distant flying flags of the Quidditch pitch, only just protruding from behind the rocks on which the school is set. Each visible flag shows a different colour. Blue, yellow, red, and green. Each of the house colours. It's always been a game you've preferred to watch as a bystander rather than participate in. You fear if you ever did play, an uninvited additional team member in the form of Seamus would start tackling your opponents, or stealing the snitch or something. You'd win, without a doubt. But fairly? Maybe not. The afternoon had presented itself with a gap in your day of around 3 hours. No classes, nowhere in particular to be. So you thought to yourself, toiling with ideas, where are you desperate to explore? And so fast forward but a half hour. Here you are, staring deep into the trees with your companion close by. You are ready. With a little sigh, clearing your head, you step forwards into the forbidden forest, alert, focused, and wary, but also deeply excited. The darkness closes in fast, creating an unnatural separation from the outside world. Almost immediately, you feel isolated from where you stood mere moments ago. The rather intense feeling of claustrophobia, slightly overwhelming. This soon resides, however, once you're accustomed to the space, or lack of it, or so. You keep note of certain landmarks to ensure you don't lose your way. A fallen pine, broken by the wind a couple of feet above the ground. The stump of an old oak tree, enormous and impossibly wide, probably a habitat to all sorts of wildlife, invisible to the eye. And a small trickling burn, carving through the spongy earth, barely tinkling away. You believe the reputation of this forest has warped your perception of what's actually here. You keep expecting to receive a fright or see something looming in the trees. But the reality appears to be vastly different. Relaxing your shoulders, unclenching your jaw, you breathe in deeply, drawing in all of the delightful scents of this lovely woodland. The result: you begin to see, hear, and smell this woodland for what it really is. Suddenly, the chirps and tweets of autumnal bird calls fill your ears, whereas before you didn't even notice them. Above your head, the breeze stirs the treetops, rustling leaves against pine needles, creating the most soothing hiss Another layer down, beyond the surface noises, the occasional bleat and baa of Hagrid's goats. A nice wee reminder that you aren't really all too far from home. Yes, calmness is now the overruling sensation in both body and mind. Glancing up onto your shoulder, you can confirm Seamus is feeling similarly chilled out. His eyes barely open. Doesn't even look like anybody's home. The minutes go by. Squelchy footstep after footstep take you deeper into the forbidden forest. Something in the air changes. It's either temperature or a scent, or a culmination of both. You can't be sure. His eyes opening slightly, combined with a little hoot from Seamus, confirms that he too seems to sense it. But he is not alarmed by it. Otherwise, he'd be flapping your ears clean off. You know Seamus. You trust him. He is calm, and so should you be. Somewhere off to your right, you see something move, albeit briefly. It was a pale, luminous something or another, moving behind the trees. But nothing twigged any recognition in your mind. Carefully, for precaution only, you reach across your chest, sliding a hand into your inner robe pocket, withdrawing your wand. at arm's length, slight bend in the elbow. You hold it out in front of you, ready for anything which may appear uninvited. But then you think to yourself and pause. It is, in fact, you who is uninvited. You bear this in mind. Another faint little coo or hoot from Seamus gives you confidence in the situation. It will all be fine. Just stay calm. A cracked twig resonates through the trees from behind you. Spinning fast on your heels, you cock your wand ready to incapacitate your foe. But you are halted in your movements, eyes wide and mouth open, completely aghast. Around 20 paces away stands the 4 hooved horse legs and the male torso of a centaur. Broad, muscular, and assertive in stance, you subconsciously take a half step backwards from them. They must be at least 10 feet tall. Be at peace, young scholar. I mean you no harm. Their deep, godlike voice booms through the forest, seeming to fill every possible gap beneath the canopy. You remain poised, wary of your unfamiliar surroundings. But you know, deep down, this being tells the truth. Other witches and wizards who claim to have encountered these centaurs tell tales of a peaceful, honourable kind. I feel I must warn you of your surroundings. The Forbidden Forest is home to many treacherous beings. It is no place for any lone witch or wizard to be wandering. But I'm not alone, you cry. I've got Seamus. As if noting his cue, the little white owl lets out a joyous screech of courage, flapping his wings slightly in an effort to assert his ballsy nature. I have no doubt of this Seamus's profound capabilities as a bodyguard, the centaur mused with a smirk. However, it is merely your luck that I found you first. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Realizing there may have been some naivety at play in your decision to enter the Forbidden Forest, you nod your head slightly in acknowledgement of the centaur's wisdom and thank them for their intervention. You feel mildly foolish for disregarding the demands of your professors, but you are simply reeling from this encounter with a centaur. You've only ever read about them in books. What an incredible experience. Make haste now, please. You must leave this forest and rejoin your peers at Hogwarts. And please, for your own safety, do not return here. Turning your head over your shoulder, you look back in a direction from where you came. But when your gaze returns to the centaur, they are gone. blinking, bewildered. You breathe a great sigh, realizing you've barely breathed for minutes. Without a moment's more thought, you whisper to Seamus to lead the way. And in an instant, he takes to the wing. Small but reassuring hoots, letting you know he understands. You run after him. Within 5 minutes, you pass the small trickling burn, carving through the spongy earth. The vast stump of the great oak tree, and the fallen pine, felled by the wind a couple of feet above the forest floor. And then you see daylight. Without stopping, you break free from the threshold of the forbidden forest and keep running, aiming for Hogwarts. Beneath the sun of this fine autumn day, you run and you run, not looking back. The next story is called Night Flying Over Hogwarts. Lying in your bed, eyes open and staring at the oak floorboards of the upper floor, you try your best to stifle an urge. glancing across at the clock on the bedstand. The face reads 2:30 a.m. You've been trying to sleep for hours now, but here you lay. Imagination racing, daydreams saturating your mind. Glancing around the dormitory, you see if there's anyone else awake. Sound asleep, the lot of them. Enough is enough. With one last look through your single pane window, you see that the moon is in full face. Wispy clouds darting across, casting the whole of Hogwarts briefly into shadow. And then flooding the whole land with blue light. There is a strong breeze. You can see the treetops below, weaving gently in the wind. But that's not enough to put you off. Slipping out of your bed, you slide your robe over your head, tie up your shoes, and tiptoe your way across the polished floorboards towards your cupboard. Carefully opening the large mahogany doors, trying your best not to make a sound. You reach between your hanging clothes to the back of the cupboard, feeling for what it is you seek. Your fingertips brush the smooth wooden handle. Then you feel the tightly strung wicker. The broomstick is at home in your grasp. and in one swift movement you pulled your broomstick from within, hurried across the floor on your tiptoes towards the large, floor-to-ceiling French doors which open out onto the dawn balcony. Ever so carefully, you ease the latch open and shuffle outside, closing the doors softly behind you. The breeze hit your face instantly, the cool air sending a shiver down your spine. With one last glance through the doors to see that you hadn't woken anyone, you turned to face the balcony lip. Peering over the edge, you feel a little twang of vertigo. Your room is on the 6th floor, high above the ground, the school itself being perched on top of a large rocky outpost. All of this adding to the sheer sense of height. A few nerves flush through you. As you're not sure you should be out here. As a matter of fact, you know you shouldn't be, but you've got an unwilling urge to be in the air. Positioning the broom between your legs, you steady yourself. Drawing in a deep breath, you try to slow your heart rate. As you let the seconds tick by, the silence is tangible. And then you kick off from the balcony up into the air. Just like that, you are soaring high above the ground, flying through the air above Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You grin with joy as the air rushes through your hair, your robes hanging in the wake of the speeding broomstick. Looping around and around, climbing higher and higher. You see all the candle-lit windows of the school corridors glowing sleepily in the night. It feels as if you're the only one awake in the entire world. Every turret of Hogwarts seems to rise taller than you've ever felt before. Striking dramatic silhouettes against the night sky. What else can you see below you? The large lake sitting alongside the school ripples in the breeze, shimmering under the moonlight. It looks like a small puddle at the bottom of a bowl, beneath the steep glens at each side. Looking north, you see Hagrid's hut, the whomping willow tree, and the pumpkin patch, all overlooked by the forbidden forest. Totally lightless place, even under a full moon. On the other side of the school, the Quidditch pitch looks majestic. Totally calm and immaculate, standing on its own. Belying the violent nature of the sport. Further still beyond the school are the dim street lights of Hogsmeade. The little village you frequent with all of your friends. The whole place feels just like a model from up high. Around and around you fly, drinking in freedom beneath the moonlight. As the whole world sleeps, the landscape snores. Here you are, dangling high in the night sky. With the whole place to yourself. Feeling on top of the world. This is called the Philosopher's Stone, an untold story. Chapter 1 Paris. My dear child, it is beyond imperative that this is kept a secret. No one can know, not even your closest of kin. The old man shuffled to and fro across the lounge floor, agitated, not knowing which way to head or where to place himself. His feet itched, his frail hands shook, and his mind clearly spun. Be calm, Nicholas. You must settle, please. You need not worry, you assured him. A returning glance, wearing a raised, bushy eyebrow, expressed enough about his scepticism. I am not so confident, my dear. Neither am I about your understanding of the severity of the potential consequences should the stone fall into the wrong hands. This much you did understand, but you remained quiet, allowing your colleague and friend to release his tension, to express himself. You didn't want to stoke his nerves. Enough of the wrong people know of its existence as it is. However, after receiving news of the dark wizard Grindelwald's uprising, I fear for what may come, should its attainment become his priority. Nicholas mooched wearily in the direction of the front-facing paned window of his Parisian apartment, gazing out across a bustling 1920s Paris. You could see his eyes working wildly, searching for solutions amongst what felt like a torrent of impending problems. It was a very flat, grey day in Paris. The Eiffel Tower stood stoutly, guarding and overwatching. Drizzly rain pitter-pattered on the window panes. Water droplets crept south, some jumping, some seemingly still. Dim headlights of coach-built Citroens, Renaults, and Model T Fords crawled along cobblestones, meandering through trench coats, top hats, and ankle-length dresses. Silence fell over the room. The faint ticking of an ancient old grandfather clock timing the tension. With a great sigh, the old man turned slowly, looking defeated, and shuffled over to a large, battered desk beside a great golden floor lamp, trimmed with bronze and purple feathers, which looked as though they'd once belonged to some fantastic beast. On top of this desk were a variety of other weird and wonderful paraphernalia. of which only an alchemist and wizard as prolific as he would possess. A crystal ball set into an outrageously trimmed obsidian mount. A rack of test tubes, all containing continuously moving fluids which never seemed to settle. Trays and sealed petri dishes of colourful powders, collections of dusty books, big and small, potion scrolls, scribbled experiments noted on parchment, some with their edges singed. It was a feast for the eyes and imagination, all a representation of this man's brilliance. Sliding open the middle drawer of this desk, he pulled out a small black cloth, perhaps made of silk. Inside this silk nested something unidentified, but you were sure you knew what it was, and what was contained within. Nicholas turned to you, a sympathetic smile desperately trying to escape. My dear, I have something to ask of you. A favour. A great favour. Taking your hand, he opened your palm and placed in it the silk parcel, beckoning you to open it. You did so as prompted, carefully peeling back the folds, treating this thing with every ounce of care, as though wrapped up in the blanket was a newborn child. The final lifted piece revealed a deep, glassy rock, ruby in colour, about the size of a small apple. The Philosopher's Stone, you whispered through marvelling lips. Nicholas nodded in appreciation, though you suspect he was sharing your marvel, even still, all of these years later. The stone cannot stay here, my child. I am asking you to take it somewhere safe. The stone must be lost. I would take it myself, but as you are well aware, I would struggle in my frailty, and would likely not succeed in taking it to safety. I would not ask you otherwise. But you are a great friend, a wonderful soul, and I trust you like one of my own. This is why I am asking you. You nodded a gentle understanding. He was right. Where must I take it, Nicholas? You asked. To Hogwarts, the school of witchcraft and wizardry. There, I wish you to meet a young wizard named Albus Dumbledore. He is a professor there, a scholar of the dark arts. He will help you keep the stones safe. The old man also handed you a stamped and sealed letter and told you not to open it until you reached King's Cross Station. Placing the letter and the Philosopher's Stone inside your inner jacket pocket, you made for the door. One last thing, my dear, Nicholas said. Bonne chance, et sois prudent. Merci, Nicolas. You smiled. With that, you opened the door, stone safely stowed in your pocket, and left for Hogwarts. Chapter 2 King's Cross. King's Cross Station was a wonderful feast for every sense. It never stopped moving, a constant delivery line of coming and going travellers, all destined for some place else. High above your head, huge arcing steel rafters kept aloft large panes of antique glass, reminiscent of your grandmother's greenhouse. The time was 9:55 in the morning, Everywhere you looked, merchants, buskers, and beggars all jostled and performed for the coins of those passing. Crowds hummed, trains whooshed and hooted, conductors whistled and cried. You merely tried your best to avoid being drawn into the whirlpool of scarcely organized chaos. You sidestepped businessmen, engrossed in the day's paper, often being held at face level as they walked as the crows flew. How they could see where they were going, you had no idea. Perhaps if you lived in London long enough, you grew a sort of commuting radar, or a shameless disregard. Either way, their execution in cow-ploughing their way through the crowds was admirably effective. Your thoughts found themselves back in Paris. The Philosopher's Stone. The need for it to be taken to safety. You subconsciously found yourself clutching your jacket pocket in security, checking that it was still there, still safe. And Nicholas, the infamous Nicholas Flamel. This elderly, well-to-do French gentleman was no ordinary soul, nor was he any ordinary man. He was a profoundly talented alchemist and powerful wizard. Over the years of working with him, he'd slowly but surely shared with you his fascinating life, as well as some of his deepest and darkest secrets. Born in the 14th century, Nicholas had attended Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in the Pyrenees Mountains of France. Here he became a noted alchemist of considerable talent, and at some point he created the Philosopher's Stone, an item of immense magical power. After years of study, trial, and error, and secretive experimentation, Nicholas managed to create the elixir of life, a potion that made the drinker functionally immortal as long as it was regularly ingested. It was clear that he'd used the elixir to greatly extend his life, but he never once gave a clue as to the whereabouts of the potion. The stone, however, was a secret he'd confided in you about a number of years ago. The very stone in your pocket. Elsewhere though, and over the centuries, the stone had turned from myth to legend, from legend to reality, and now its existence and location were said to be known, not least by the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. This is why Nicholas had entrusted you. At this point in time, he was 604 years old. And what of this Albus Dumbledore fellow? He wasn't a name you were altogether familiar with, but it rang a bell somewhere. When conversing with Nicholas, you'd thought best not to pry, for any information he did not readily volunteer was usually well kept. You supposed as much anonymity as possible was preferable in this instance, safer for everyone involved. Brushing shoulders with a rushing businessman, briefcase and umbrella clenched in his tense fist, you stirred from your thoughts and became aware of a piano ringing out through the halls. A gentle tinkle at first. You followed the sound, squeezing through gaps in the sea of black coats. The music grew closer and closer until the dancing feet upon sprung piano pedals became visible through the legs of many a spectator. Up On your tiptoes, straining for a view of the musician, you caught momentary glimpses of a colourful robe, a mix of burgundies and mustards, with flashes of electric blue. The most spectacular flourish of colour in an abyss of dark business and formal wear. This person was a man, that was for sure, with curly-toed brown shoes and grey pinstripe trousers. His hat was rough around the edges, although it still resembled the crisp trilby it used to be. The tune which he played upon the piano keys was beautiful, bewitching, and evocative, and had a lovely flowing tempo to it, and he played effortlessly, so much so that for a few minutes the bustle of King's Cross seemed to just melt away completely. For those few moments, it was just you and the floating musical notes which rung out through the rafters above. Something stirred your soul, and again you suddenly became aware of a weight in your breast pocket. The stone. With a pat, he confirmed it was still in place, and you passed a relieved sigh through pursed lips. Then the crowd was back, rubbing shoulders with you, as was the incessant roar of people and embarking steam locomotives. Shrugging and blinking yourself present, a few gaps opened up ahead as the crowds dispersed and revealed something bizarre. The place where the piano and musician had been mere moments ago was empty, bare. They were gone. No more music, no one there at all. A moment of cognitive paralysis came and went as you looked over your shoulder for any signs of empathy from other witnesses. But nothing. Everyone moved around as if they'd seen nothing at all. A little spellbound, still trying to process what it was you'd just witnessed. You stepped away slowly, still staring at the spot on the platform on which you'd just seen the colourfully dressed piano man. You knew little about Hogwarts School. Again, like many things in your studious career, much of your knowledge had come from books, or tales told from wise, experienced individuals, such as your dear friend Nicholas. As far as Hogwarts went, you'd seen painted pictures depicting a tall castle overlooking a great lake, surrounded by vast forests. All very fantasy fairy tale, you'd thought. No one had ever told you where it actually was. Somewhere north of London City, you'd supposed. Given King's Cross Station was the only place in which one could depart from. With that thought, you wished to check the next available departing to Hogwarts School. In the main foyer, set back from all the platforms, a throng of bodies gathered around a constantly changing notice board of departing and arriving trains. In a furious tornado of black and white number and letter cards, two slight-handed and uniformed servicemen juggled them into sense, revealing the critical information. Scanning the whole board, again and again, you couldn't see anything concerning a Hogwarts stop. Nothing at all. Mildly concerned that you may be in the wrong place, you looked around and approached a conductor standing nearby. "Excuse me, dear chap," you spoke. "Could you tell me where I might catch a train to Hogwarts? I was told that it departs from King's Cross, London." A muddled and humoured look spread across the face of the ruddy fellow, which only antagonized you in your moment of frustration. What was that? Hogwarts? Are you joking me? Ha! Never heard of it, I'm afraid. He laughed, though sympathetically, as he could see from your expression that you were, in fact, not joking. You hadn't even dared mention that it was a school for wizards and witches. Defeated and disgruntled, you retreated to a quiet corner of the station. The clock positioned up above the platforms read 10:25. You'd already been wandering around here for a half hour. What do I do now? You said to yourself. In an unfamiliar place, surrounded by unfamiliar people, this was the last thing you needed. And then you remembered something. The letter. The letter that Nicholas gave to you in Paris. How on earth could you have forgotten? Hurriedly, you reached inside your breast pocket and bypassed the stone to withdraw the small, wax-sealed envelope. Carefully peeling back the wax so as not to damage the paper, you took out a folded note. Opening it, the note read, Platform 9 3/4, 11 a.m. Run and commit. Take care, Nicholas. That was it. 9 3/4. Run and commit. What in heaven's name did that mean? By process of logical elimination, you searched around for a sign pointing to platforms 9 and 10, and made in that direction. Upon arrival, a few minutes later, there they both were, platforms 9 and 10, separated by a sandy brick archway running between them. But that was it. Nothing signing platform 9 3/4. Run and commit. You remembered that this was a wizard you were dealing with. and the inexplicable experience earlier on had already placed your mind in a strange between worlds state of mind. Were you going mad? Staring at the wall between the platforms, you contemplated the ridiculous. Run and commit. Run and commit. And with that, a wary glance over your shoulder, and a great, big, deep breath for good measure, you started towards the wall, aiming squarely for the bricks between platforms 9 and 10. Run and commit, Nicholas had said. Your stiff walk then turned into a run. This is totally bonkers, you thought. You are about to run into a wall. Upon approach, you closed your eyes and waited for the inevitable impact. But the impact never came. With a great leap, one which was unnoticed and invisible to the onlookers of King's Cross, you ran at the wall between platforms 9 and 10 and vanished. Chapter 3. The Hogwarts Express. This day was turning out to be one of the most bizarre of your life. When you finally opened your eyes, though you were feared to, you found yourself standing on an entirely different platform. This platform was much smaller, with a far cosier bustle about it. Families gathered around each other, exchanging hugs, luggage items, gifts and travel supplies. Lots of the younger folk were all dressed the same, like a school uniform. Big black robes, trimmed in colour, gold, green, blues and reds. spinning on the spot, you searched for some form of identification of where you, as a matter of fact, were. Reaching out on the stem from the wall, an attractively painted sign read Platform 9 3/4. You were here. Eventually, you relaxed your tense shoulders, your eyes still a little wide from leaping through a solid brick wall. Finally, your notice landed upon a hissing and steam-clouded train parked up at the end of the platform. Sidling a little closer, you pulled up to the side of a passenger carriage. A logo on the tender read Hogwarts Railways. You were definitely in the right place then. That must make this the Hogwarts Express. You'd read about this too in your studies. Taking a few steps back, you drank it in. It was such a majestic piece of engineering, steeped in mystery and myth. The gorgeous, thick paintwork of coal black and deep crimson red was laced with gold. Every detail of its metalwork was unapologetic about its mass, quality, and heft. At the very front, at the head of the water tank, the black and gold placard sat proudly. The Hogwarts Express, the gateway to Hogwarts School. Taking in the scene, you admired the great plumes of steam escaping from various little pipes, valves, and taps as the behemoth train sat faithfully at the platform's side, raring to go. This didn't feel real, not in the least. But dragging your hands over the cold case iron of the piston housings, reality finally set in. The world you'd known of Paris, muggles, that's non-wizards, and legend, was clashing with a world of witchcraft and wizardry that you knew very little about until experienced, how was one to connect with it? You suppose you hadn't truly believed. Not much beyond your experimental alchemy, anyway. A voice bellowed from the head of the train. All aboard the Hogwarts Express. 2 minutes. The conductor, dressed in a rich maroon uniform, dangled from a handle on the side of the lead carriage. A quick check of your pocket watch confirmed the time to be just after 10:58 in the morning. Right on time. Not wasting another moment, you shuffled aboard the nearest carriage, moved along a corridor or two before finding yourself a vacant cabin. This was most unlike regular trains. They were normally cramped, filled with lots of people, all fighting for a space to breathe. But this locomotive exuded a comfort, coziness, and luxury which was usually reserved for only the upper classes. And it wasn't busy at all. How novel. How novel indeed. Once settled in your seat, and only a few moments after you began peering around at the local decor, the train began to move. With a couple of distant shunts and bangs, as the engine car took up the slack of the passengers, the platform's edge gently whooshed away from right to left, and out of view sped King's Cross Station, and the journey was underway. What had felt like existing in an echo chamber of steampunk percussion quickly fell away to mellow, soothing chugs and huffs as the train left the confines of the station and out into open space. Over the course of a few hours, industrious suburban London, if that's even where you were, bled into sporadic chimney smoke villages. They themselves dispersed even further beyond into rural countryside, lined with quaint dry stone walls and arable farmland. At one point, you even found yourself actually counting sheep as you admired a lone shepherd and his faithful collie round them up as best they could. The longer the journey went on, the further distance there was between farms and livestock. Rolling hills merged into more mountainous glens and wilder foliage. And those tame farm animals were replaced by wild raptors, fowl, and hares. But one thing, and one thing only, stayed constant. And that was the Hogwarts Express itself, which huffed and puffed as if born to do it. Now that you thought about it, you supposed that's exactly what it was born to do. Recalling a work of literature on Hogwarts, you read that before the Statute of Secrecy was put into place, and that was a wizarding law put into effect to prevent the persecution of witches and wizards from muggles. Students used methods such as broomsticks, apparition, and magical creatures to travel to Hogwarts. Afterwards, port keys were initially used. A port key was an enchanted object which would transport a person to a pre-specified location, by the way. However, this caused many logistical problems. The solution of the train was finally introduced by the Minister for Magic. The exact origin of the Hogwarts Express was uncertain, but it was rumoured to have involved 167 memory charms, and the largest ever mass concealment charm performed in Britain. Some say the train was built by Muggles, and due to this Muggle origin, many pure-blood parents disapproved of the train, but could do little about it, as the ministry forbade any other method of travelling to Hogwarts. And so, there you were, aboard the most mystical of locomotives, hardly able to comprehend what was real, what was magic, or what was imagination. But you suspected a hint of denial, merely struggling to detach fully from your scientific roots. Ponder in awe some more, so you did, as the train whiffled along happily, destined for Hogwarts School itself. Chapter 4 Trolley. A faint wee rattle stirred you from your sleep, like a tea tray on metal. Then followed the squeak of a caster needing oil, and a murmuring voice. Through bleary eyes, you rose up from your catnap with a sharp inhale of fresh air, though you felt as though you'd been asleep for hours. Such was your grogginess. Gathering focus and testing your eyes throughout the cabin, your gaze fell upon a little old lady hovering in the doorway. You got a mild startle from her presence. Maybe it was your semi-woke state, but you swore there was something witchy about her. Not in a dreadful or ugly way, not at all. Just in an unusual way. A way which you were not familiar with. Her mannerisms, the way she dressed. Anything from the trolley, my dear? She said sweetly. You were still half asleep, but casting a hasty eye over the trolley, you read the sign, Honeydukes Express. Oh, my apologies, dearest. Good heavens, I must have dropped off for a moment or two. You feigned through blushing cheeks. The trolley lady giggled with a raised eyebrow or two. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did. Though you suppose she saw through your optimism. moving things swiftly on. You blinked hard and set about loosely scanning the trolley. You'd always found yourself a little peckish upon waking up from a nap. What do you recommend for a first-time traveller upon this marvellous express? You conversed cheerily. Oh well, where do I start? We've got chocolate frogs, Bertie Butts, every flavour beans, cauldron cakes, Drupal's best blowing gum, jelly slugs, licorice swans, pumpkin pasties. Your eyes widened. Oh, goodness. That is quite a selection. Juju cycle drops, fizzing whizbees, popping pixie wing dust, roasted chimera potato crisps, shrieking sherbet, exploda soda, bubble brew. Thank you, really, thank you, you implored with a nervous smile. Do you have any tea? Tea? I'm afraid not, my love. But actually, I'm pretty certain I've got a few peppermint teas in my handbag. Won't be a minute, my darling. But before you could even object to her selflessness, she was gone, away down the corridor in a flurry of shoey shuffles. Not wanting to be rude, you glanced over again the vast array of sweets and candies, feeling your teeth ache in sympathetic anticipation. You picked out a cauldron cake, presuming it harmless and the fact it would complement your inbound tea quite nicely. After a brief moment, the wee old witch was back, with a little pot, cup, and saucer, and placed it down on your table. Thank you oh so much. You really shouldn't have. Here, I'll take this cake too, you said, handing her some money. Don't be silly, my dear. I couldn't be taking any payment from our special guest. The witch chuckled, rearranging her trolley. Special guest? What do you... But before you could even finish your sentence, she was shuffling her way down the carriage, onto the next cabin. Anything from the trolley, my dears? You heard her coo in the distance. Chapter 5 Hogwarts. Sipping your tea, nibbling on some cauldron cake, and watching the world go by, you pondered the words of the trolley witch. Special guest. What could she mean? Did she know something? But how could she? It was probably nothing. The Hogwarts Express broke free from the confines of the glens and mounted the famous viaduct. A stunning series of archways high above the ground, arcing around in one big semicircular curve. Again, you had heard others speak of this gorgeous railway bridge, but to see it with your own eyes was magical. You picked out the details in the brickwork, the majority of it appearing hundreds of years old. Your carriage reached the viaduct, and suddenly the ground dropped away from beneath your window, opening out your view to the river below. You'd be lying if the pit of your stomach didn't lurch a little. But you couldn't argue with the view across the glen. For miles it lay, as far as the eyes could see. A few more mechanical clunks and bangs shuddered through the carriages, followed by an almighty blow on the express's horn. The train was slowing down. You were nearly there, at long last. The chuffs and puffs slowed, sounding lazier. Wisps of steam passing your window every so often. And then, alongside the tracks, buildings near. Quaint little buildings, all beams, rafters, and tall, acute roofs. And then a platform's edge slid into frame. Hogsmeade Station, a dangling sign read in handwritten scripture. And underneath it, the words, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Tingles of nerves and anticipation coursed through your body. You were here. You had made it to Hogwarts. The train pulled up to a stop, and the whole great behemoth of a locomotive sighed a relaxed sigh. Steam and pressure billowing out all around. Gathering your few possessions and clutching your breast pocket, you disembarked. This was it. Following everyone else, and occasionally for your own security, signs for Hogwarts School itself. You walked for around 20 minutes through a little high street, and then along a lovely gravel path bordered with beautiful summer flower beds. Their aromas and vibrant colours were bewitching in themselves, though so far so normal, you thought to yourself. That was until you reached a set of tall iron gates, bordered by a great stone wall. You paused. This looked serious, but everyone else seemed to be going through without hesitation. With a sigh and a shrug, you shook away your nerves and followed. And it was in that moment, as you slipped through the great iron gates, that everything changed. This place was nothing like you'd ever set eyes on in your life. No matter which direction you looked, you were dumbstruck. Dead ahead, in the middle distance, sat a castle so great and so grand, plunging high up into the sky, as if plucked from a fantasy fairy tale. You couldn't even count how many turrets there were, or how many levels there were to each wing. So many were there. Set high on a cliff, the school imposed, akin to a Greek god nestled in the clouds. To one side, a vast sports pitch, lined with colourful spectator stands, and to the other, the great lake which you'd seen in paintings. Beyond it all, a sprawling woodland reeked of mystical and magical beings just from looking at it. It comprised of twisted willows and giant oaks so characterful you wouldn't be surprised if they all had names and talked. Reaching the main courtyards of the school grounds, you were taken aback by its beauty. Everywhere you looked, enchanted candles lit the way and scattered Gothic shadows of stone-carved goblins all across the castle facades. Hundreds of witch and wizard students hurried about their business, holstering books, wands, and beautiful animals, the likes of ferrets, weasels, rabbits, cats, and more. All clung to their owners in life-bound companionship. Above your head, owls and eagles swooped low, brushing the heads of students with their wingtips. Scrolls and letters and parcels clutched tightly in talons. It was almost overwhelming. Everything breathed a breath of magic, some tangible, some subtle and barely noticeable. Feeling the stone jab your ribs as you twisted this way and that, eyes transfixed on all that surrounded you. Your mind was brought back to the primary objective, Albus Dumbledore. That was the professor's name, wasn't it? Summoning a fragment of confidence, you spotted a young wizard on their brief lonesome who'd just disengaged from conversation. You took your chance. Excuse me, young sir, but may I ask you the whereabouts of one Albus Dumbledore? I am told he's a professor here. The boy cheerily responded. Oh, why yes, of course. It's quite simple, really. And so the wee wizard proceeded to list such a bewildering array of routes, coordinates, and hand gestures, you swore the puppeteer who was controlling this chap was having a seizure. And then once you've passed the bellowing barn owl, take the corridor on the left adjacent to the grand staircase. But don't take the wrong turn, otherwise you'll end up in the troll dungeons. Have you ever been in a dungeon before? It's quite fascinating. The trolls are so very ugly. They're like overripe fruit fallen from the highest tree. Do you know what else falls from trees? People, when the Whomping Willow has effect. I wouldn't go near the Whomping Willow if I were you. Very painful. Nobody ever likes to walk away from that. That's even if you do walk away. That thing's fierce. All sorts of things about it. Chapter 6. The Great Wizard. After what felt like an eternity, you made your escape from the chatty little wizard and found yourself wandering the corridors of the castle. The shattering array of directions to Dumbledore's classroom rang vaguely in your head. And so you strolled past landmark after checkpoint after alarming point of interest. For 15 minutes you meandered past all sorts of strange and curious things. Moving staircases, levitating lanterns, suits of armour which seemed to move, plants which appeared to have more in common with a panther than a parsnip, heavy locked doors, behind which terrible noises of some snarling beasts bellowed. But then, eventually, you saw a door which matched the boy's description. At the far end of the corridor, lit with candles on either side, was a dark-coloured wooden door with a purple crystal knocker. Upon closer inspection of a placard beside the door were the delicately written words of Defense against the Dark Arts, Professor Dumbledore. This was the place. You breathed another big sigh, feeling a little nervous. It felt like that was all you'd been doing since your arrival. You raised your hand, reaching out for the purple crystal knocker. Come in, my dear. A voice bellowed from behind the door, before you'd even laid a finger. A little surprised, you retracted your hand and instead reached for the stout metal doorknob and pushed with a twist of the wrist. The door swung open, creaking as it did so. The room was dim, faintly lit here and there on bookshelves which brimmed with literature. There was that rich smell, similar to that of an old library. A blend of century-old parchment, leather, and dust. Stepping inside the threshold, you became aware of a man standing at the far side of the classroom, beyond the ragged desks. He had his back turned to you, and was lit from the far side by a narrow band of natural light coming in from the single window. Airborne dust particles gave the light mass and texture. This single light source picked out a colourful robe, a mix of burgundies and mustards, with flashes of electric blue. He wore curly-toed brown shoes and grey pinstripe trousers. On the corner of his desk sat a hat that was rough around the edges, although it still resembled the crisp trilby it supposedly once was. A rabid pang of déjà vu rattled your conscience. It was deeply unsettling. Stepping shyly, but further into the room. You straightened your jacket and cleared your throat gently, afraid to break the peace and tension. You reached in and pulled out the soft velvet cloth, unravelling the Philosopher's Stone in your hand. It was warm, warm from its long travels, never leaving your protection. Albus Dumbledore? You asked with a formal, slightly shaky inflection. I do hope your travels were perfectly comfortable, my dear. The great wizard spoke softly, turning on a foot with the warmest of welcoming smiles. I have been expecting you.